Hey, buddy. Alrighty, let's do this. Hey, buddy. There we go. Okay, everyone, so we're live here. Back at it again. Yes, buddy, I understand. I hear you. You don't think I hear you? You're a good boy. He's a good boy until he's not, so just know that. Show him again. Come here, buddy. Come on. Here he is. Aren't you a big boy? There we go. It's a hairy boy. No more hair. No. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. You proud of yourself? Yeah. I hear you. Okay, okay. What do you think about the weather? All right. Let's see here what we got. Alrighty here. All right, let's do some energy work here. Let's build up the atmosphere. So I'm going to be doing that really quick. I got my selenite right here. You guys know I mean business when the glasses come off. It's time for spirit. So give me a minute here, and let's raise the vibration. Going into this to give better messages, more clear messages, and just in general focusing on that. So. All right, we have raised the vibration a little bit here. I can tell because we feel. A lot of people wonder how you feel spirits, or what do you feel with spirits, right? And it's personal to each person. But I can talk about some of the ways that we feel spirit, or some of the ways that spirit communicates with us. So let's talk about that now as we move into this. And I'll explain what I mean exactly when I say feeling spirit and focusing on that. So spirit can feel a few different ways. Sorry about that, my throat's a little... So spirit can feel a few different ways. One of them is we feel like a presence or like something's watching us. That can be one way. Generally, though, spirit has a sense of coming in and making the room feel more dense or like there's more pressure. but I don't mean it in the way that it would be painful or uncomfortable, because it's not. But the best way to describe it is the air feels thicker. And that sometimes that's what we feel. Other times it can be like a very strong sense of dizziness. We can feel cold spots. We can feel hot. Emotions that aren't our own can also be some way that we can feel spirit. But those are just a few ways that we're feeling spirit, a few ways that we can kind of talk about putting it into the material sense of feeling spirit, right? Because I feel like that's going to be our best bet moving forward, is for us to focus more on the fact that spirit is going to feel more comfortable communicating with us when we're more comfortable, when we're vulnerable. And when I say vulnerable, I mean in a state of allowing connection to happen. A lot of times when we're talking about spirit connection, people think you just close your eyes and you connect. And sometimes that's true, yes. But other times there's kind of like a gentle effort that happens where we're allowing something to happen. So it's the equivalent of like setting up an easel and putting a canvas on the easel. I hope I'm using those art terms right. It's doing that and then setting stuff down on the floor to make it so the floor doesn't get messy. And then you just leave it and someone else comes in and they use that space. That's kind of what I'm talking about when I talk about connecting with spirit. It's allowing them to work with us in a way where the groundwork is already done. There's already a sense of love and appreciation, which we need as a prerequisite. But there's also a sense of curiosity, like what's going to happen? What's going on here? And it's okay to feel curious. In fact, I feel like it's necessary to be curious of the spirit's intentions, why they want to connect, what's the message they want to bring through. And it's something we don't talk about. We talk about it on the channel, but in the sense of allowing ourselves to feel connected. I feel like we're kind of losing that in this digital age, right? But that's something worth talking about. So we have that connection. We have that sense of spirit and that sense of kind of like a high vibration, or I would call it like a golden vibration, as weird as it sounds. It's like when I connect with spirits, and I feel like when other people do as well, there's a sense of like loving compassion kind of energy that's coming through. Especially if they're a disincarnate spirit, meaning a spirit that was physical that no longer has a physical body. So they're disincarnate versus incarnate, which is being born and having a physical body. Basically a meat suit, right? So when the meat suit goes, then we have the spirit. We have the kind of what's left, the essence, the soul, the spark, right? We have that kind of energy that's left. And I feel like the way we connect with that again, the way we connect with that spirit again, is just allowing it to happen. And that means trusting the process. And that's another thing when we talk about mediumship, that a lot of people, I feel like a lot of people don't get it, myself included. I'm still learning. But there's nothing to get when we talk about connecting with spirit. We're just opening a space for them. And we're making that room that I was talking about before, and we're allowing spirit to step in. That's kind of the whole point. That's the whole point of this. And just allowing people to take that space, or allowing spirits to take that space. So that's something that we talk about on the channel, something that I feel like needs to be addressed. And I by no means am special. A lot of people, and I mean a lot, if not everybody, could do this if they wanted to develop it as a skill, right? There's a lot of information, and there's also a lot of Hollywood movies, and there's also a lot of misinformation where it's hard to understand what's real and what's not. But when we connect with spirit, it's not this grand thing where a golden light shoots out of my ass and I'm able to levitate. It's something where I'm able to hold a connection through love, through acceptance, through appreciation. I'm able to hold a connection and then relay messages, right? That's the whole point of it. There's not this grand gesture with mediumship. It's not like that. It's more subtle. there have been things that have happened to me personally, and I've been able to give messages that were not, subtle. They weren't subtle, they were accurate, they were evidential messages, but it wasn't something that, how do I put that? It's something that you come to expect in time. When I connect with spirit, I feel a certain way. My my whole upper half feels like there's static electricity in the room, and my head's tingly, and I get goosebumps all over my body. That's when I know spirit's around. And there's like little sensations, or what they call calling cards, because a spirit more than likely is going to want to be known by an energetic signature versus a name. Names are very human. Names are ways we can put things in categories. But energy is different. Energy doesn't work through the same conventions that humans have been told. Like, I keep yawning. But spirit's one of those elements that. Hey Corey, how's it going, my friend? But spirit is definitely one of those elements that we can kind of focus on moving forward, where we're no longer allowing the connection to be, I guess just us would be the way. I'm doing good, Corey. Just talking about connecting with spirit and talking about how that connection kind of happens over time. Because I know that it takes time to come around to this kind of way of thinking. And the one thing I want to do more than anything else is provide people kind of a blueprint towards taking the step of connecting with spirit, of understanding what that feels like. Because I remember the first time I connected with spirit consciously, and that was a rush. That was something that was really interesting, really cool stuff. But it's what we are already. We're just allowing ourselves to remove the barrier that we have now. Kind of like a lot of, and I know this sounds really nerdy. I know it does, and Corey, you'll probably be with me on this if it sounds nerdy, but a lot of the spiritual concepts are actually in developed by Russell Targ. Hold on, ESP trainer. Yes, it did. Russell Targ. I've watched either one or two documentaries on Russell Targ, and so I know he worked with the CIA. He founded Project Stargate, right? Hmm. That's cool. I might have to look at that to kind of train myself. I used to do it with tarot cards, because each one of these has an energy, right? Like different tarot cards have a different kind of energy. Yes, I think we're talking about the same guy. Project Stargate. If I'm not mistaken, he started. Could be getting that mixed up with something else, though. What did you think of the app, Corey? I haven't heard of the app before. You do it once every 1 to 2 days. Okay. That's okay. That's okay if you're not accurate. It takes time. I knew a person who studied under a medium. That's okay, Corey. Failure, the thing is to be humble in the way that we fail. Like, it's normal for this. It depends. I mean, it's right. It definitely, there's an element of luck or of chance with it, right? There's an element there with it, but and yeah, I mean it's part of that thing. It's how would I put this? Yeah, I was reading a person's story once before, or listening to her story, and she wanted to be a medium, and she studied under a person named Gordon Higginson, and Gordon Higginson is believed to be one of the most well-renowned mediums um, ever. He was good, and he was a physical medium as well. You can look that up. It's interesting stuff. It goes deeper down the rabbit hole. But when we're talking about the way he trained his students, is he had this woman that he was teaching, and the only thing she would do is she would wear a blindfold, and for 18 months, until she could get it right every time, he would hand her, I think there was 9 different ribbon colors: pink, red, blue, green, black, white, yellow. There was all these different ribbon colors, and she wasn't allowed to do mediumship readings until she could, with a blindfold on, feel the energy of the color of the ribbon and get it accurate each time. She wasn't able to do her stuff until she was able to understand that kind of training. And the subtlety of feeling a color, at first, it would feel like it's a lot of nonsense, but eventually you become accustomed to feeling that color, and you'll get stronger because of it. I need to get back into my training programs too, but it's been a minute. I've done remote viewing. Um, I've had some luck with that, but primarily the psychic development and the energy, like when we've connected, Corey, and we've done our energy work together, that's kind of a direction where I'm taking this, because I'm able to do that. It's cool. It is cool. And I was going to say a lot of anime and a lot of video games, depending on it, they talk about this kind of stuff. Is remote viewing hard / intense / stressful? No, it's kind of like, I'm actually wanting to, when I do my classes, they're subtle. Most of the time they're very subtle, and like I've talked about, it's like trying to hear a whisper in a thunderstorm. Remote viewing is interesting. So when I launch my class, the one person does remote viewing, and you'll be able to learn from him too. I can't remember if you signed up for the classes or not, but he's going to be teaching about that, and he's done, he's helped the police solve murders and stuff like that. And so, and he's written a book, but when he comes on, he'll be able to teach that. I've done remote viewing, and if you are ever doing anything psychic and it is stressful or hard or intense, you're probably doing it wrong, because it should be something that sort of flows, right? It's like, Corey, if well, it's kind of like this situation. Well, I'm going to talk to him. I keep saying I'm going to talk to him. He's kind of hard to get a hold of, but I'm going to talk to him hopefully sometime this week, and then I can pin him down. And then it's either going to be, I doubt it's going to be this month. It's probably going to be October when we launch, and it's going to be just 2 days, and it'll be $40 for the 2 days. And you'll be doing partner exercises too, but everyone else that's coming on should be kind of a novice as well. And so it shouldn't be a situation where you're feeling intimidated. In fact, what I would want you to do is to enter it and think you're the most powerful psychic that's ever existed. You're not going to hurt anybody. Nothing's going to happen if you get things wrong. The environment is made so that if you get things wrong, that's good. As we're learning as psychics or as mediums, hearing no gives us so much more information than hearing yes constantly, right? Hey, Julie J, how are you doing, my friend? But yeah, as we're learning psychic ability and we're learning mediumship and stuff like that, it's important to realize that these abilities only work with other people. And with the partner exercises that I'll be doing with my class, Plus, I think you'll like the way the other guy teaches. He's going to be taking the helm for the most part, and then I'll see if I can work with him in the future. Again, after we do this first one. But yeah. How are you doing, Julie J? Good to see you too. But if you're signed up for the class, Corey, as soon as it goes, like not as soon as it goes live, but a couple weeks before it goes live, I'll blast out an email to everybody. I'm hoping for at least 10 students. So hey Joss, how are you doing? I am definitely doing good. I'm doing this now though. Hold on. I didn't have this up right here, but since you didn't know and since it wasn't posted, well, I think we can work with the $5 question like we've done in the past, because you've been someone who's been very kind on the channel. So I'm just letting you know in the future, one question will be the 10. And then I'm also doing energy cleansing stuff as well if you want to do something like that. But I'm just going to take this down for a second. So let me do this. Hold on one second. Okay, so hold on. I'm going to read Corey's question, then I'm going to go to yours, Joss. So give me 1 second. Do you think I can ask for connection / awareness / assign help and healing from my spirit guides? I don't know if this is something that you can do, but I need to meditate or go into that flow state. If you want to, Corey, so we can do $10 for 10 minutes, or we can do $20 or $18 for 20 minutes, and we can do a connection exercise together where we can see if you can feel something, or I can just give you instructions on how to do it yourself. Either way, I'm fine doing, but one of them we'd be working together a little bit more. Hold on 1 second though. So Joss, I'm going to read Joss's question, then I'll get back to yours. So give me just a second here. So let's see, Joss says, what is Johan's intentions for me this week? We are both Capricorn Sun and both friends. I'm seeing him this week. He is talking very sexual on Snapchat. He is talking very sexual on Snapchat. Okay, so you're wondering what his intentions are. I don't even know if I need the cards. Awesome, Corey. Awesome. If he's talking very sexual with you, odds are he's probably wanting to have sexuals, I would imagine. But let's look at the cards here and let's see. See what we can come up with here. Sometimes when men are talking sexual, it's just the sex part, right? So you're wondering, are you wondering if it's just the sex part, or are you wondering if there's a deeper connection? Is that what you're wondering, Joss? He is shy. Okay, so he's shy, but when he's on Snapchat, I understand. Sometimes when we're on Snapchat, we let that freak flag fly. Boy, that's a tongue twister. I'm not going to say it again. I'm going to mess it up. Anyway, let's try doing this here. So, what are communication has improved to? Good, good. So, is it Johan? Am I saying that right? Is it Johan or is it... The thing with this, Joss, is that I want you to feel comfortable during the whole process when you're, when you're connecting with people. You said you're going with the flow. So as long as you feel comfortable and you feel okay, that's good. But if you start feeling uncomfortable, let him know. Like if you're, because then you get to really see how people are. If you feel uncomfortable and you set boundaries, But if you're feeling okay with it, let's see. So what are Johan's true intentions towards Joss? All right, Johan's true intention toward Joss. Let's see. He was asking about my boundaries. He knows what type of girl I am. Okay. Okay. Okay, good. Good. I am getting these cards here. So I'm getting victory. I'm getting victory in reverse. Then I'm getting second chakra Archangel Ariel upright. And then I'm getting Angel of Love in reverse. So what I'm seeing here, when I see the second chakra Archangel Ariel, that's a sexual card. That sexual connection, it's the second chakra, it's the sacral chakra. It deals with sexual connection, expression of oneself through dance, through that kind of thing, just moving the body, right? But when I see Angel of Love in reverse, that's the one card right here that's making me feel like maybe, and I'm just going to say this, maybe he's not a bad person, right? But when I see Angel of Love in reverse, it's making me think that maybe this person doesn't fully understand where you're coming from. I can understand if the person is excited and things like that, but I'm curious here if this is someone who, if they're asking about your boundaries, that's a good thing. When I see Angel of Love in reverse, though, it makes me feel like there could be something this person's missing with you, an attention to detail. Or there could be something where the love language for you two doesn't quite line up, is what I'm seeing right here. I will shuffle some more cards just to kind of look and see a little bit more. But when I see this and then I see the victory in reverse, that's making me think that it's... Let's draw some more cards, though. Let's look a little bit deeper. Okay. That's good. That's good. So as I'm doing this, Joss, I want you to pay attention to how you're feeling, right? Which is, it sounds like that's what you're doing. When I'm doing these kinds of readings for people, sometimes the energy can change. Sometimes it can be different. I know he was hurt in the past. Okay. I'm going to say this right now, Joss. What I'm feeling with this is to, and we're going to draw some more, we're going to draw a few more cards. But what I'm seeing with this is just be cautious. Be very careful. Make sure this is something that you feel comfortable in doing. Make sure to listen to yourself, your intuition, which it sounds like you're doing, and realize, and I want you to know this right now, realize that someone may have been hurt in the past, but that does not give them an excuse ever to treat us less than we are in the present. Okay? So I just want to put that out there. And a real person knows when to step in, when to talk, when to communicate, be intimate, look in our eyes, and appreciate us as a person. So that's what I want you to understand with this, is that, you do have more of a resilience, though, and I do feel like there's a strength here, so that's good. Let's look at why the Angel of Love is in reverse. So why is the Angel of Love in reverse in terms with Joss's connection to Johan? Okay, so underneath victory, Joss, I get 5 of Wands in reverse. So it feels because he was JK, he was like JK. Okay, so he said he was feeling a certain way, the horny, right? And then he said JK. Or maybe I'm misunderstanding that. When I see the 5 of Wands in reverse here, it feels like he's testing the waters with you. It does feel like he's doing that. His mood. Okay. Okay. So when we see the 5 of Wands in reverse here, I'm wondering, Joss, I'm curious, how does conversation go with this person? Is he the one generally doing the talking? Or are you the one generally do the talking? Who reaches out to who? You had a sexual energy too. Okay, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. As long as both of you guys are on the same page and things are going okay, nothing wrong with that at all. Right. Okay. Okay. Both of you guys contact each other. Okay, that's a good sign. Okay. He sends selfies. All right. Do you know this person? Do you know this person besides Snapchat? Have you? He said good morning. Okay. He called this week. Okay. On FaceTime. All right. Okay. He said he can't wait. Okay. Okay. How long have you known this person for, Joss? To see me and do the deeds. Okay. And how long have you known this person for? Okay, so 10 months about, give or take, 2020. Okay. Saw him once in November. Okay, and what was your feeling when you saw him in November? Oh, a dating app. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Now I can understand. Okay, now I can understand that. You're excited and nervous. Okay. Was he respectful? Was he letting you talk? It was like a fairy tale. Okay. 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 Hi, Pisces. How are you doing, Pisces F? I assume you mean touchy as in like touching like parts of the body, not touchy as in like moody, right? Or do you mean he was a sensitive person? Perfect. That sounds good to me. Corey, thank you. You have a good night too, my friend. I'll be here. Okay, Joss, I understand you. I understand where you're going there. So here's what I'm going to say point blank. And you can take this however you want to take it. Okay. I feel with this person looking at these cards, I feel there will be a sexual connection. But honestly, I don't feel that there's going to be anything more. I don't feel there could be an emotional connection that you're looking for. It feels like to me this person is hiding parts of themselves, even from themselves. And so I feel like we would be dealing with an emotionally closed off person to a pretty good extent. So if that's something you feel like you want to deal with, I can understand. But I do feel like when I see the Angel of Love in reverse, and then I get the Eight of Wands in reverse underneath, as long as you feel safe and you're the one in charge, you should be able to do what you want. I'm seeing here. Okay, so I'll just say it like this, Joss. Just be safe and feel that kind of situation and see where it goes. I personally, I'm just going to say this, I'm not seeing much more of a connection after this. Hopefully I'm wrong, right? Hopefully that's something that I'm wrong about. Maybe he is just shy and he's not emotionally closed off as much as the cards are saying here. But that's what I'm seeing here. I feel like something's going to happen where for some reason it's not going to work out the way we're thinking. But hopefully I'm wrong, because energy can change. So hopefully when there is more of a meeting between you two, I can understand that. I can understand there's a fear of being vulnerable. But you said you're setting boundaries, right, Joss? I mean, you're letting him know. Have you had an instance where he has said or done something and you said you didn't appreciate it? Because you've been talking with him for a while. So has there been times where you guys have fought, or you guys have had kind of, because we can sort of discern a little bit more from that kind of situation too. And Pisces F, so I do charge $10 for a question. So hopefully that's okay with you. It's $10 a question or $25 for 3 questions. I also do energy cleansing as well for $10 for 10 minutes or $18 for 20 minutes. But I do charge for that. I got this right here. Okay, so no fights. We are just friends. I give him motivation to thrive in his dreams. Okay. That's going to be a way you know this person's character. It sounds like you guys are going to have a meeting regardless. My vote is if something does happen, something comes up, I want you to speak your mind, and I want you to see how he handles you speaking your mind, or how he handles you in that kind of situation. Also, thank you, Pisces F. I appreciate that for being upfront and telling me. Hopefully you can find someone that can help you with that question. He likes me, is attracted to me. Okay, okay, that's good. That's good. So, Joss, to me, in this situation, I'm just going to say be careful. You know, we want to know this person's real intentions, and we're not going to know until we get to know them better. Because someone can present themselves completely differently online or over the phone than how they actually are in person. Because you're generally seeing, right, that's good too. But you're generally seeing someone that's acting on their best behavior when they're talking on the phone or when they're messaging you. You're not seeing the parts of their day that are bad, right? You're not involved with that. So you don't know who this person is quite yet. Right now they're like a picture of themselves. And that's what you're seeing, that's what you're interacting with. You don't know the three-dimensional person that this person is. And I always say to exercise caution in this kind of situation because we don't know. They can say and do they can say things and they can say very sweet things, but they could also be people that are struggling with things that we don't know about yet. They could be people that could be very, mean, or they could be very, there could be just different situations here. Hopefully that's not the case, but when I see the angel of love in reverse, it's making me feel like you're in charge. You're in charge of this, right? Okay, he had problems with his past job. Okay. Okay. That's not bad. That's showing signs of vulnerability. The person's talking about things. Um, how do they describe themselves, Joss? Do they describe themselves? Okay. 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 So here's what I want you to do, Joss. If you wouldn't mind, and you don't have to do this by no means, but I've got some homework for you. Okay. So okay, that's good. That's good. He's built his confidence. He has a good paying job. Good. Um, but what I want you to do, Joss, is when you meet this person, I want you to study. I want you to understand body language when it comes to how people interact with you. That's something you can do to kind of see what's going on. You can look at some body language analysis on YouTube. There's a few good sources, and I want you to understand that. Well, I just want you to look at that as being kind of a sign. Is this person warm and open when you're around them? Are their arms open? Are they talking? Okay. And you just said stay positive. Good. Okay, so that's kind of what I'm seeing here, though, is I'm just saying be careful, take it slow, realize that you're the one that can take this in the direction you want it to go. And I would say be careful, take it slow, and if this person is trying to be right, you saw him once. If this person is trying to be more forceful than you'd like or something, I want you to stay true to yourself and say if something's bugging you, if things are going on, and then judge his behavior after that, if there's anything like that. I just want you to be safe more than anything. Okay. Yep, the second encounter. All right. So, and I understand the second encounter. So we're just going to focus more on you in this situation sort of observing him. Because, like I said, people can be whoever they want to be online. We do not know who they are in person until we've gotten to know them better. And to me, the sexual encounter of that's something that's relatively easy for a man and sometimes a woman to do. That's like the easy part. We want to know if they're in it for the long haul, if we want to have a relationship, if we want to build something up. If we don't want that, then by all means. But if we want something more, then it's important to see how this person reacts and how they are with you in person, not just online, not just on the phone. That's the important thing. But that's what I'm seeing here. Just exercise caution, be careful, realize you have the power in this kind of situation, and voice your opinion if you're feeling a certain way, either towards this person or whatever's going on. See how this person is with you, how they react to you, and just be on the lookout, be wary with that. So that's going to be my advice going forward. Is if you are going to go forward with this connection, be very, very cautious, because the cards to me are saying that maybe things will come up that we are not sure of. So that's what I'm seeing here, Joss. Hopefully that helps answer that question for you. It's probably not exactly what you wanted to hear, but I'm just saying what the cards are showing here. So. You're welcome, Joss. You have a good evening. Take care, my friend, okay? All right. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, you guys. I will be right back. Hold on. Okay, everybody. So we are back here. And I'm just going to add this here. Okay. So we were talking about mediumship and energy before, so we can talk about that again here. Hold on one second. Oh, excuse me. So when we're talking about energy, right? And we're talking about being receptive or being, all we have to do is be open-minded and energy comes our way. It doesn't stop coming our way unless we close ourselves off to it, which we can do to an extent. We're never completely closed off from it, I feel like, unless we're dead. But even then, we're connected to a higher source at that point. So it's not like we're ever completely closed off. It's sort of the equivalent of having a hose, right? And the water is free flowing versus having a hose that's kinked. So sometimes we can kink our hose, our energetic hose, so to speak. But we can never cut it off completely, and that's not the point. We never want to do that anyway. But this, to me, is something that we haven't really talked about a lot on the channel when it comes to the connection process. And just the simple act of allowing connection is what's going to bring us connection, right? That's going to be something moving forward that we can do. So let me do this really quick here. Okay, so as far as, and I feel like psychic ability and mediumship are different, but also my mentor says to him they're like the same thing, and I can understand part of that, but it's also like, to me, the psychic ability is like the background of a photograph, right? That's the psychic part. Like, you're picking up on the surroundings of someone, or you're picking up on someone's story of their life up until that point. Usually, like, you're picking up snippets, you're picking up something going on. The mediumship aspect of it is you're picking up the foreground of the photograph, like an image in the foreground, right? So this right here is something where, instead of picking up on the surrounding area, you're looking at the focal point of the image, which is the subject in the middle. And with mediumship, that's exactly what you do. You're interacting with something that it needs attention paid to it because it's a dynamic energy. It's alive in a way. The spirit doesn't have a body anymore, but it's still alive. It's still dynamic, and it's still this kind of loving and embracing presence. So that's what I'm talking about when I talk about connection, is that we're focusing on allowing something that, or allowing someone who has passed on to still have a voice through us. That's what mediumship is. And evidential mediumship is being able to provide evidence that the loved one is actually living on, even though the incarnate body, the meat suit we mentioned earlier, even though that's gone, but the person still lives on in some way, shape, or form. So that's something to, I feel like that's a good thing, right? But I also don't ascribe to any religion with this. People can do whatever they want with this, but I feel like as soon as I put a religious connotation to it, I'm limiting the information that I can give, because it's like, well, if you're not a Christian, then this doesn't apply, or if you're not this or this or this. So for me, I do this in a way that's free from religious connotations, because I think whether you know Jesus or you don't, I don't think it matters as much, as long as you have love and compassion and you want to bring through evidence from your loved one. I think that's the most important thing. And being open-minded too is another thing. And then a lot of mediums talk about if someone has passed, right? We wait anywhere from the person who is dealing with the loss of a loved one or bereavement needs to wait 6 months to a year, maybe even a year and a half, before they go to a medium to get evidence that the person is actually doing okay in the spirit world, and to have that happen. The reason why is because you're still going through the grieving process, and generally speaking, if you try going to a medium any sooner, I feel like we want the information to come through so badly from the medium that we kind of become blind to another spirit that might want to talk to us as well. Like we're going to go talk to a medium to speak about our father, who is in spirit, but the medium wants to talk about our uncle, right, instead of our father. So sometimes we get too caught up in the fact that we want to speak with a specific person, and that makes it so that we're kind of desperate for that connection. And as soon as the desperateness comes in, there's no room for love or flow energy anymore. It's kind of like we're given the information and we have to go with what we get. So that's what I'm seeing there. That's kind of the thing that I'm talking about when I talk about connection and stuff like that. So that's an important thing to keep in mind. Let me see here. Hold on 1 second, guys. Okay. So hopefully that explains the kind of connection process. And I know it sounds, we've talked about it, I know it sounds kind of vague to say just be open to the idea of it. That's all you need. That's the whole thing, is that I feel like us as a society, we're disconnected from that spiritual sense. I feel like everyone has this, but we've disconnected ourselves from it. And because of that, the idea of just letting things be is a superpower. Like that's all we have to do to get mediumship. That's it. We just have to let things be open to the idea that there is life beyond death, and then spirits can speak to us. And sometimes we can be atheists, nihilists. We could be people that do not believe in any of this kind of stuff. A couple of the people on this channel that come on semi-regularly have gone through that. And it's interesting to me that it changed their viewpoint. It changed their belief system. Even though they weren't expecting it to happen, things just sort of clicked and made sense for them. And the spiritual world doesn't need anything else other than it's putting out a sense of truth and a sense of love, right? And I feel like all the other things out there kind of fall short in comparison. Because the truth and the love, I mean, that's what we need. Honesty, truth, love, kindness, compassion, appreciation, those, and being gentle with ourselves, those are the things that we need in this life. And if we start embodying those kinds of qualities and we start moving forward with those, then we can do mediumship very well. And we can do psychic stuff very well. You don't need to have those qualities. There can be shitty people that are mediums and that are psychics. There can be. It's just like anything else. Like, you could be an awful person. You could be the most narcissistic person ever, but you could learn to play the guitar really well. I mean, mediumship is a skill. Communicating with spirits is a skill. But generally speaking, you're going to get a medium who doesn't know how to be there for the person that is the bereaved, the person that is left without the connection, the physical connection of a partner or a parent or anything along those lines. You want to have someone who's compassionate and who gives a sense of presence and a voice to the people that are gone, not someone who makes the mediumship all about them and who makes it so the spirit world is kind of conforming to them. You want to have someone who's working with the spirit world, and the spirit world is working with them. You don't want to have someone who's ruling over it. And there's a lot of good mediums out there. There really is. And I'm still learning, so I'm not considering myself a good medium. I'm still learning. I'm still trying to understand this work. You know? Some days it's hard. Some days it's very hard to understand this kind of work. And to understand this kind of flow that life kind of throws at us. And it just makes it difficult all the way around to talk about this kind of stuff in an open and kind of loving way. But we're all getting it. We're all trying our best with this. We're all trying to understand that it's a process. It just is. Oh, sorry, I'm yawning, guys. Okay, let's do this here. Hi, Nivea. Welcome to the channel. I don't think I've seen you here before. How are you doing tonight? Oh. Well, welcome to the channel. Happy to have you here. Good. I'm glad you're doing good. I'm doing good too. My name's Chance, just in case you're wondering. And yeah, I read tarot and do the psychic stuff. Right now, it's a little slow, but we can chat if you want. Where are you from? Are you in... Yeah, it is to do personal questions. It's a paid reading, but if you just want to talk about spiritual things, then that's free. But yeah, $10 for one question. I spend quite a bit of time, and I also do, for another $10, we can do some energy work as well, helping to clear blockages emotionally or helping with physical pain, things like that. Just getting adjusted here. There we go. So if that's something you're into, we can do that, or we can just chat that way too. So I spend as much time as I can on each reading, though. So if my prices seem a little high, I do spend more time than most readers spend on one person. So that's kind of how I do it. I'm sorry to hear that, Nivea. I'm sorry to hear you're jobless. Do you want to just chat where we're not asking a personal question? We can just chat with each other? Because we can do that. That's free to do if you want. Or you can find someone who does do free readings. Sorry if I can't be of help that way, my friend. Take a drink here. How long have you been in the spiritual world for, Nivea? I've been doing this for a little while, been doing these readings for a little while. Did you have like a spiritual awakening or anything happen in your life? I'm just curious here because I feel like both your name and the fact that you're on here, I feel like you're more of a spiritual person, more spiritually minded. I'm just doing some art right here, doing some drawing. Helps to pass the time. Where are you from, Nivya? Okay, let's okay. All right. Okay, everybody, I'm just going to be doing some art here. Come on and talk if you want to, or whatever it is you want to do. I'll show you what I'm drawing here when I'm done. It might take me a second, but definitely will show you guys. Okay, almost done, I think. Gonna go like this. Gonna add one more touch of something. Kind of give it that nice glow, so to speak. So hold on tight to your dreams, everybody. Alrighty, now let's do this. I promised I'd show you, so oh no. Alright. Hey, Gwendolyn Myers, how are you doing? I just barely finished with some art I was doing. Maybe you'll like it, maybe you won't, but what do you think of that? Kind of interesting, right? Kind of doesn't capture the full thing, but anyway, How's your night going? Yeah. Hopefully you're having a good evening, Gwendolyn. Welcome to the channel. My name's Chance. This is Angelus Chiron Tarot. How's your evening going so far? So, Gwendolyn, it's $10 per question. I also do energy cleansing for another 10 on top of that if that's something you want to do. But yeah, it's $10 per question. Here are my rates. So hopefully that kind of helps answer the question. Thank you for asking. That was very sweet of you to ask. I just wanted to talk to you first before I discussed that. But I do spend a good amount of time on the questions. So it's one question for 10, but I do spend a good amount of time talking about the question and addressing the issues, right? So if that's something you want, we can absolutely do that, my friend. And then my information is up here if that's something you want to do. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, so I do that, and I do the energy cleansing as well. If you feel like you have any emotional things we need to address, you know, anything emotional, or if there's any like physical pain, we can address that too. My energy does help with physical pain and with emotional pain as well. So depending on kind of what we're going through, we can absolutely do whatever you need to do. So, and again, welcome to the channel. Take another drink here. Okay. Just gonna set that over to the side here. Mine is going well, Gwendolyn. Thank you for asking. Just been drawing. It's been kind of a slower evening, so I generally have all of my stuff come up. I've been live for about 4 hours now, and generally people are on the first 2, and a little bit in the 3rd hour, and then it kind of dies down a little bit. I do use Streamlabs, absolutely, yes. Love it. I love Streamlabs. Super. It's a lot easier to use than you'd think. But do you use Streamlabs, Gwendolyn? You must, because you know what I'm doing. So I use Streamlabs, and then I use Canva as well to help make my stuff. Like this down here was, well, all of this was Canva, and then I use Streamlabs and have everything hooked up. I have my you know, all the streaming essentials basically. My Elgato key lights. I have them on some kind of custom tripods. And then my camera is, I use an Elgato video capture, what do you call it? A cam link. And then I have the new Elgato Wave 3 for the microphone. And I like how it all plays together, honestly. It's pretty good. Do you use Streamlabs, Gwendolyn? You're the first person who's ever said anything about my setup like that, so I'm impressed. It can be, right? And that's good that you know yourself well enough that you can release stuff and do. I just offer that if people feel like they need it, right? I downloaded it, but it did feel very complicated. So yes, it was complicated for me at first, but once you get using it, it's not bad. It really isn't that bad. And everything once I've set everything up, it's plug and play. Like I've set this up one time and I haven't had to touch anything except for changing the mic quality and stuff like that. Like you can do all sorts of stuff. Like let's see. Primarily these banners here, I made myself, but I can get rid of them when I want. I can put this up. Stream is ending, no more questions. It's it's kind of more difficult to use, but it's not bad. And then I even have transitions, right? I would say the best thing to do, because how I learned how to do it is I watched other people set theirs up, copied it, and then added my own stuff. Like you can do stuff like this. Where is it? So like if I do this here, I do prefer Cash App over Super Chat. I don't know if you know this, so I'll just put it out there. Whenever you pay a YouTuber through Super Chat, they only see 70%. So Google takes 30% of my revenue. With Cash App, I get all of the money to me. So for instance, if you paid $10, I would get 7 of that 10. And I have a feeling they take even more. Part of me is saying they're taking more than 30%, but yes, I prefer Cash App over Super Chat because you get the full amount. So, and I got that right here. But if it does feel overwhelming learning Streamlabs, have a couple days where, like I said, just copy people and then start doing your own thing. It's not too bad. And if you get software that's plug and play, like it just shows up and it just works, you're good. This one here, the Elgato Wave 3 mic, really good microphone, and my computer had no problem picking it up. Getting started streaming can be a bit pricey, but if you get the right stuff, it's worth the money in my opinion. But it is because this up here has helped me quite a bit. for instance, I used to have people come on and do super chats all the time, and now they just do Cash App and PayPal, right? And then, like I said, this one here. Hey, Angela, how's it going? This one here I made in Canva. So I just took the size of my... Well, that one's a little more complicated to explain. It's not bad. It's not bad when you learn the ins and outs. It's really not too... It's not too bad. It's as simple as I think they could make it to do this kind of stuff. But... yeah, so hopefully that helps answer it. Like, take the time, figure it out, and then you're good. Awesome. Thank you, Gwendolyn. Hi, Angela. I am doing good. I am definitely doing good. How's your... Okay, thank you. Thank you, Gwendolyn. So let me do this here. Oh. There's other stuff you can do too, Gwendolyn. What are you going to be using it for? Streamlabs. Are you wanting to do tarot as well, or are you wanting to do something else? Okay, Gwendolyn, perfect. Thank you for that. I just got notified here. Okay, perfect. So, Gwendolyn, ask your question. Okay. Yeah, so Gwendolyn, go ahead. Maybe you're typing your question now, but I did receive your money. And then, Angela, do you have a question after Gwendolyn, or... Okay, Gwendolyn. All right, so let me read this here. I want to ask the universe if at this particular moment there is anyone out there who is single and wanting an actual relationship, not just sex, who might know who I actually am and actually loves me. Okay, so as we're addressing that, Gwendolyn, I can tell that there's been some relationships that have definitely fallen short in that category. It's kind of like people just want you for one reason or the other, but never for a more intimate connection, right? And so I'm going to ask you this. I feel like there definitely are people out there who can not just be there for yes, for who I am. Absolutely. Absolutely. For who you are. Absolutely. So I'm going to say this right now. And we can I don't feel like I need to look at the cards for this. If it makes you feel better, we can look at the cards. I think there absolutely is people out there who can appreciate us for who we are. But until we've gone through the reason why we attract certain people into our life, until we've gone through kind of the trauma response into why we attract certain people into our life and why we do that, it's going to be really hard for us to attract the right kind of people because it's almost like we're attracting the wrong kind of people in a way to prove to ourselves, see, I am unlovable. Sometimes that's the situation. It sounds to me like you are wanting to have a connection with somebody, but possibly we're in a situation where people aren't, again, respecting us for who we are. So, okay, yeah, we'll do some cards. We'll do some cards after the, okay. So, we have to understand, I think, why we are attracting the people we're attracting, okay? Sometimes when we are little, most of the times, that's where this comes from, our family of origin, our mom and dad, there could have been something that happened where we didn't feel connected, or the mom or the father gave us a feeling of conditional love. And because of that, sometimes we grow up thinking that love is conditional and that no one will love us for who we are, or no one will just love us because we grew up in that conditional way and our relationships are based off of how we grew up. So now we need to figure out kind of where we're coming from, what's going on with us. And so can I ask you, growing up, your relationship with your mother and father, or with society in general, what did that look like? I kind of go a little deeper in the questions here. Maybe you don't want to disclose that. If that's the case, I understand. I'm wanting to know here. So, but you can say yes or no. I don't want you to feel uncomfortable or like you have to answer. Okay. Okay, so we're going through sorry, my throat's a little dry here. We're going through a situation here where we were fed, as we were growing up, we were fed a lot of lies. They just used you for money. Okay. Wow, I'm sorry that's the case. But I appreciate you sharing this. I appreciate you talking about this, because this exact scenario is where we can make things better for ourselves in the future, right? So the reason why we're not finding people who will resonate with us is because things happened and we're living in it's kind of like a trauma response until we learn a lot of money. I'm sorry, Gwendolyn. I'm sorry that's the case. Again, that's a shitty situation where people just come in and use. But when we understand what to look for in people, we also understand what to not look for in people. But we need to understand what a healthy kind of attachment style, or what a healthy kind of how do we put that? We just need to understand what a relationship looks like between two people that love each other, and then kind of emulate those two things. And one of the things is If we're with somebody who's trying to rush us into doing something, generally that's a sign of someone who's trying to use us for something, right? If people reach out just to say, hey, do you have that thing? I want that thing. Then we know that those aren't the people for us. And a lot of times we surround ourselves with people that aren't good for us. Hey, Denise. Hey, Chance. Hope everyone is doing great. Had a good work. Thank you, Denise. I appreciate that, my friend. That's very kind of you to say that. And thanks for coming on, too. But we sort of, and I mean this in a way, Gwendolyn, where there's no, when I say this, there's no judgment, there's nothing going on here. But when we are growing up, we are not taught how to love ourselves. We are not taught how to appreciate ourselves. We're not taught what a normal relationship would look like when we get older. Instead, we're force-fed Hallmark, Lifetime, and Disney movies that talk about romanticism and how finding that person, they can read our minds and they can do all this kind of stuff. I truly believe love is a skill, and that these kinds of people that you've been dealing with before, they sound like narcissistic people, which I talk about a ton on this channel. And until we look at what that looks like, and we understand the ways that people use us and abuse us, and there's actual names for it, there's actual ways that people take advantage of us and what it's called and how we can sort of prevent that in the future, we're going to keep allowing that behavior to happen because we don't know exactly what to do. And a lot of things that narcissists like to do is they like to keep us in a vague sense of, I don't know what the hell's going on. If we're around somebody and we're constantly feeling confused, that's a sign that there's something going on there. If people are pulling on our heartstrings and then turning around and tossing us to the side, that's a sign of someone who's emotionally manipulative. But again, this is not, it's kind of like this, if I can put it this way. We may have been abused in life, right? It's kind of a situation of, I didn't make the mess myself. I didn't make this mess, but I'm going to clean it up. And I'm going to do the best I can so that I can heal and I can move forward into finding relationships that actually work, that actually matter, that show that there's something out there for me. So, Gwendolyn, so far is what I'm saying making sense? Okay. So with this being said, there is absolutely 100%, not just one, but I feel like several thousands of people, if not tens of thousands of people, that would be into you, but because, okay, then we're going to work together here, Sarah or Gwendolyn. We're going to work together here, and we're going to have this be something where we can do this together and we can talk, okay? Because there's no judgment on my part. I want to help you with this. I want us to sort of dive in and see what's going on, okay, my friends? So let's do that. Okay, good. That means if you haven't factored that in, that means we can work with it. That means we got something new we can work with, right? Okay, perfect. Okay, so the first thing that we have to do is we have to realize that when we're talking about these narcissistic people, it's in the term of, it's kind of like, so a narcissist, by definition, in the psychological term, they are people that are seeking validation from outside sources. They can't validate themselves and make themselves feel better. They do not have a healthy sense of ego or self-esteem. Now, before we feel bad for these people, instead, what they do is they use other people to try to lift them up, try to make them feel better. And then when they're done with those people, they toss them to the side. When we heal, or we start to heal these kinds of injuries that are in our mental processes with our kind of judgment and things like that, when we start to go into that, then we make it so that we no longer attract those kinds of people in our life, because we can weed them out. We can spot them from a mile away. We can tell if someone's being sincere and genuine, or if someone is out for their own personal gain, based on how they talk to us, based on how they interact with us. Okay? And there's two kinds of narcissists. I mean, there's more than two kinds, but the two kinds I'm going to be talking about, you'll probably have had experience with both, I would imagine, because it's fairly common. The first kind is an overt narcissistic person. An overt narcissist is someone who they just say and do whatever they want. They don't give a shit. They just kind of do whatever they want. And they're what's called the confident narcissist. So they're just mean people. They're just vile people. They just do what they want. They don't really care about the consequences. A covert narcissist is what's called the cowardly narcissist. So this kind of narcissist is generally completely fine when you're with a group of people. This person puts on a face, they put on a front, they act lovely, charismatic, and kind, and they seem like the most caring person anyone's ever met. They have that kind of persona. But behind closed doors, this person will turn on you, call you names, and they will show you a side of you that there wasn't a side of that before. But behind closed doors, we see who this person actually is. And it's almost like if you went to tell other people how they are, they wouldn't believe you because they come off as that convincing, right? And so it's not like only stupid people go with narcissists or they don't know. No, not even a little bit. They're very clever. They're very smart. But there's ways. That is my mother exactly. Okay, perfect. So we're stumbling onto something. And we can focus on how we can make this better. Okay, perfect. All right. Okay, so with that being the situation here, when we're talking about the narcissist and we're talking about the covert narcissist, and they're always about image. And so if anything comes in to make that image change, if she's not the golden mother that sits on the pedestal that everyone worships, then she's going to throw a fit. And she's going to make life a living hell for people because she can, because she's that emotionally manipulative person. And like I said, other people may not even believe you if you said something. Now here's this part right here. When we're talking about narcissistic abuse, the first thing that we want to do because we're angry. I've had experiences myself. I've had some crazy experiences myself, and I understand that narcissistic connection. Okay, it's unbelievable how void of empathy and compassion and just basic human decency some people are. It's unbelievable. But I'm sorry you had that experience too. Hopefully us talking about this sheds some light on it and it can help you in this situation, right? Sorry, my throat's going a little bit. Just last night. Okay. I can understand. There's anger, there's frustration here. One thing, Gwendolyn, that I want you to do, because this is kind of an important step here. When we're talking about a narcissistic person, I can feel right now you're probably getting angry, you're probably getting upset. Those are normal emotions to feel, right? But the important thing to realize is that we don't call them out on being narcissistic, because the only thing that does is it satisfies our ego, right? They will come at us and they can try and do stuff to us. We don't want to just say something like that. We don't want to do that. It will put us in harm's way. So I don't want you to say, you can do whatever you want. You're free to do whatever you want. But in my opinion, don't call them out. Do not call them out. It's just to satisfy our own egos. It doesn't actually do anything, and it doesn't change them as a person at all. If anything, she's going to try and do what's called gaslighting, where she tries to make you think that you're crazy. She's going to try and make you think that you're crazy for calling her out on something and try to make you question your own sanity. So I would say, please, don't do that. There's other things we can do, and there's other ways we can cope with this. So So far, Gwendolyn, is this making sense? No, Denise, you're just fine. Thank you so much for saying that. And these aren't my words. These are things I've learned from other people too. But thank you very much for saying that. You're very sweet. I realized finally how irreversibly unfixable she is, but I have nothing to do with her. She's practically a stalker, and I just want her to disappear. And I had that, yeah. So, how do I put this? You be thinking of it, Gwendolyn. I'm coming right back. Just gotta go to the potty real quick. But you type your stuff out here, and I will be right back, okay? Let me do this one. Okay, so you say, I do not bother her. She is there all the time. I wonder if her age is causing some senility, but she just stalks me for money. The aging narcissist is something you deal with, or something you don't have to deal with necessarily, especially if they're toxic people. Um, I know narcissistic people, and honestly, if they ever ask me for help, right, absolutely. Yes, you were narcissistic supply, and we can change that now. So we can change that now, moving into this. But as we're talking about the narcissistic supply, as we're talking about that again, now we're starting to understand the full picture. Now we're starting to understand where exactly we lie in this person's skewed version of relationships. And because we were raised by this person, okay, so this is what we do. There's a few tools we have. So when you say I don't know how to change it if she does not leave, what do you mean if she doesn't leave? Do you mean she stalks your social media, or do you mean that she stalks, like, do you live with her? I'm curious what the situation is. Okay, good. Good. That's good you weren't raised by her. That's not good. Yeah, that's not good. That's a okay. She sounds like a hell of a sleazeball. I'll tell you that right now. Okay, so um so like I said, do you live with her or what's kind of the situation? Hey, I have returned. I'm just doing a reading for Gwendolyn Myers here. And so we've got some different things we can do, Gwendolyn, depending on the circumstances. And so that's why I'm asking you if you live with her. I will start getting involved with someone. She will assume this person has a lot of money and then she will prostitute herself to that man for money. I do not live with her. Okay, so then, Gwendolyn, I'm going to ask you this. Is there any way you can just take a step back? Is there any way you can literally just not be around her, take a step back, and not have to deal with her? Block her on social media, block her phone number. These kinds of people you can't really be around. If you have to be around them, though, you do what's called gray rocking, right? And gray rocking is where we do not let this person into our life in any way, shape, or form. Instead, we just talk about very surface things. We don't let them in on our dreams, our hopes, our aspirations for the future. We don't do anything like that. And okay, she stalks me. I literally have her nowhere, but she still finds everything out. But I will try gray rocking. That's going to be something that's going to help. It really is. And I feel like, and sometimes when we try to escape this person, they can send flying monkeys after us. That can be something that happens. And to me, that's going to be so flying monkeys is going to be, let's say you block this person or you're not talking to this person, they could send other members of the family or their friends out to kind of reach for you and try to bring you back in, saying, oh, your mother is worried about you, or she's changed, or this is happening with her, you don't understand, you're hurting her, you're doing this to her, and basically try and make it sound like you're killing her or you're doing something that's unforgivable when she's the one that has been doing the unforgivable things. Okay, so yeah, that's called flying monkeys. And so that's going to be something that's going to. Hold on one second. Okay, so that was what she was doing. Okay. All right, so the gray rocking is going to be one thing we can do to help. And the other thing is we don't let, like I said, we do not let the person in on our personal life, who you're dating, anything like that. That's probably another reason why it's because the situation is inescapable. Okay, describe to me how the situation is inescapable. Hi Manju, how are you doing, my friend? Hi Ariel Jones, how are you doing? Yeah, we get a lot of spammers in here, inescapable like that. Every now and again, we get them coming in. Hmm. Well, Gwendolyn, is there any way that I hear you, Ariel? We're all doing our best to do I don't know what, but we're here. That's very true. Is there any way, Gwendolyn, that you could? Is there anyone else connected to her? Like, when you say it's inescapable, could you change your number? Could you block her on all forms of social media? Like, I mean, going way out and doing this, and I would say doing it hard, like going full out. If she's not someone you really have to be around, and you really don't like her as a person, there's no sense in keeping her in your life. I don't care if the woman gave birth to you and did whatever. If they treat you like a piece of shit when you get older and when you're a child, they don't deserve to be in your life, right? I mean, but again, if it truly is inescapable, gray rocking is the way we can go. Okay? I generally cut people off as soon as I start seeing that disrespect, right? And that's something that, yeah. Okay, you did that. You have no connection to her at all. Okay. But you say she still has a way of coming back in, so that's why I'm trying to understand it. Okay. She's popping at or she's popping up at every man you want to talk to. Thank you very much, Ariel. I appreciate that. Okay. I'll add you to the list, Ariel. Hold on. You're the next person up after Gwendolyn. So right after I'm done with Gwendolyn's reading, it'll be your turn, Ariel. Thank you so much for the donation. I'm curious how. Hmm. Okay, Manju, thank you. I'll add you to the list too. Yeah, I'm curious, Gwendolyn, how that's happening, considering you're not connected. But you'll be after Ariel, Manju, so thank you for the donation. How does she do this? How she does this, or how I find out? I think your flying monkeys will make sure that I see them together. So So then, Gwendolyn, we need to address what we can do ourselves to make us sort of step out of this situation, even though it does sound very. It sounds like it's a difficult situation for sure, but the only thing we can do is focus on building up ourselves in this situation here, and then possibly getting rid of her, right? Which you said you've already done, but maybe there could be someone else in your life that is also doing this. It wouldn't surprise me, Gwendolyn, if she's going after that. She doesn't seem like someone who has honor or dignity in any way, sense, or form. So yeah, that would not surprise me. She would probably be delighted if she could just steal all the money from all the people. I wouldn't doubt that a bit. So what you can do, Gwendolyn, is we can focus on building up ourself in this situation and what this looks like, not only in your mother, but also what it looks like in other people. So that way we don't keep falling for it. Because sometimes when we're brought up in this kind of situation from narcissistic people, even if they didn't raise us, they can still have an effect on us, and they're still having an effect on us now. But that covers that. So now I wonder, do I go after someone who is broke AF or what? I feel like you go after whoever you're attracted to, right, as a partner. But we need to figure out what's going on that way. And I really don't understand how she keeps appearing with these other men. I'm not quite getting how you have no contact with her, yet she knows who you're dating and apparently is a whiz at using the internet. So I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand kind of what's happening here. I don't I don't doubt that I literally catalog. Yeah, I don't think you're lying, Gwendolyn. I don't even think you're lying a little bit. It just sounds, you know, out of the norm, but I don't think you're lying. No, I do not think it's in your head. I want you to know that right now. I'm not judging you. I don't think you're crazy. I don't think it's in your head. I believe you. I do believe you. It's just it's unusual, right? I think you're going through this, and I think this is something that hopefully we can, yeah, absolutely, it's crazy. What she's putting you through is crazy, absolutely. All right, let's take a step, let's take one step back here, and I want to ask this. So when you say, do I go after a broke man who has no money, and you say you've cut off ties to her, um, you say you have nothing to do with her at all, yet she's in your life somehow, right? There could be a solution in going after someone with no money, but also if you feel attracted to someone, whether they have money or not, right? That shouldn't be the issue. Where she's popping up, though, that's the problematic part. But that's the part. How does she pop in? That's what I'm wondering. How does she know? Or do you, because you say this is happening, and I believe you, but I'm wondering how she knows. There must be someone that you're talking to that's relaying information to her. Like, I feel like maybe if you're dating someone, keep it to yourself for a while. And then, if you want to weed out who the person is that's leaking information, if that's what's going on, because it sounds like there's no other way for her to know, then what you do is you find someone that you're dating, okay? If we if we're with other people and they're relaying information to her, then here's what we do, Gwendolyn. Here's what we do. Find somebody. It could be it, yes, but also, if there is other situations or other people kind of in this situation, if you leaked out false information on who you were dating or who you were with, and then she fell for that false information, that would be a way to find out who the suspect is, right? Because we need to see where the source is leaking out. I mean, tarot can absolutely be something along those lines, but um, she doesn't seem to me like she would be someone who would be super in touch with her psychic abilities to be able to. You tried that. Okay, you did try that. Hmm. Randomly blurted out DuPont. Okay. To the DuPont guy. Okay, okay. Hmm. But strangely enough, nothing happened. Okay. I don't talk about this very much on the channel. Hmm. One of the things I'm going to say, Gwendolyn, moving forward here, I'll draw some cards, but one of the things I'm going to say moving forward is the narcissistic abuse recovery is going to be really important for how we handle things in the future. Obviously, she's a beast unto her own self, right? But this is something we can do, or we can educate ourselves on her reality, because what she's doing, and you know this obviously, is being awful, right? So my two things are, there's a few resources out there that help with narcissistic abuse and like recovery stuff, specifically on YouTube when we're dealing with narcissistic people, and they talk about tips and tricks, and that's going to do a couple things. That's going to teach you how to spot someone who has these tendencies. Eventually, you'll just be able to see people that have those tendencies and how to work through that kind of situation, right? And eventually, I would feel like the next thing to do would be to protect yourself using either a form of white magic or a form, it's considered black magic because you're binding someone and you're trying to stop them from interfering in your life. That would be kind of the last resort. But where this person is coming in and they're ruining your life and they're not letting you have that, something like that could be very powerful. I don't know any spells off the top of my head. That's not my expertise. But I do know that black magic, in those situations where it's protecting the self, I don't see any harm in it, because you're protecting yourself. You're protecting who you are as a person, and you do not want someone else to override your own consciousness or your own existence. So I don't see anything wrong with using that as a last measure, kind of a something we can do. But give me 1 second here. Let's see what the cards have to say. Technically, right? White magic is to repel. Okay? It's to repel things from getting in your space. Black magic is when you control someone else's will in some way, shape, or form. This technically would be, I guess you would call it gray magic, because it's not white or it's not black. You're literally protecting yourself from someone else by interfering with their will, but they won't leave you alone. So to me, it's gray magic. I don't feel like you're crossing any boundaries there, because you're literally saying, this is awful. This person is not giving me anything. They're just a miserable person. I want to be protected. So that's something you can do moving forward. Exercise caution, read up on it. Again, this is not my expertise, but that is something that you can absolutely do. And cutting the energetic cord that you have with her, which I'm sure you've already done. Yes, to override it, their will. Right, gray magic. Absolutely. Absolutely. You've got that. You understand that. Be careful, exercise caution, but you should be okay as long as you state it clearly, right? Okay. So let's do this. Let's see what cards we get here. So I get the 10 of Wands in reverse, very first one, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's kind of like getting over a burden or letting things happen. Then I get the Fool card, which is your fresh start. Okay. Then I get the King of Wands in reverse. So to me, moving forward, we try this gray magic approach, okay? And please, like I said, be safe. There's people on you. There's resources everywhere. If you want to learn anything, it's all online, okay? But just be cautious, right? I feel like if you try doing these things, I feel like it's going to help. I do. But also, you know, it sounds like you've already distanced yourself. You've done that kind of stuff. I feel like putting the intention out to the universe, doing this gray magic and the energetic cleanse that you're talking about, that's going to be something that's going to help tremendously. I do believe. But yeah. So I would say do that, Gwendolyn, and then kind of see what happens with that. And again, just be safe, exercise caution, read up on what it is you're doing. And I feel like that's going to give you that kind of peace of mind. So Gwendolyn, does that help kind of answer those questions? Because if we get this under control and we deal with that, then relationships and things of that sort will be a lot easier for us to like move into, because we can see how things work, right? Okay. Okay, perfect. I think I'm going to move on to the next question here. So Gwendolyn, thank you so much for coming to the channel and for just being open and honest and vulnerable with me. I really do appreciate that. So thank you for coming on here and chatting with me. And hopefully, you're very welcome, Gwendolyn. I appreciate you coming on, okay, my friend? And you take care and be safe. These are kind of interesting times, so just be safe out there, okay? You're welcome, my friend. Okay, so Ariel T, are you there? Or Ariel, I don't know where the T came from. Ariel, are you there? There is no T. All right, Ariel, are you there, my friend? Okay, Ariel, you said I've connected with a person from my past who I love. Do you think we will be together finally? Okay, I've connected with a person. Okay, good questions. Good questions. Perfect. All right, Ariel, thank you. Thank you. You were probably just typing your message. Okay. Perfect. All right, let's see what we got here. I've connected with a person from your past who you love. Do I think you'll be together finally? Let's look at the cards here. Will Ariel Jones and the person from her past be together finally? Hello, Ariel. There might be a bit of a lag. There might be a bit of a lag between us talking and seeing this, and so if there was, that's probably why the messages seem a little delayed. So I'm sorry if that's the case. Okay. So will Ariel and the person from her past be together? So the first card I get the Two of Cups in reverse. And then I get the Three of Cups, and then I get the Mother of Cups. So this is interesting right here. So this person that we're talking about, when I see the three or the Two of Cups and then the Three of Cups, So this one in reverse to me is signifying that maybe with this person, I'm wondering if old issues have not been resolved, like old emotional issues. So this person that's coming back, how long has it been since they've been out of your life? Oh. You're very sweet, Ariel. Thank you. So tell me how long this person was out of your life for. Let's see here. There must be a pretty big delay here. So 7 years-ish. Okay. So then now that I know that there's... Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. See if you can catch up to the video. See if you can catch up to where you've known each other for 15 off and on. So Ariel, can you hear me? Can you hear me right now as I'm speaking? Can you post something to let me know that you can hear me right now in the moment? Just a dot or just the letter L or something. I want to see if you're really lagging behind, which I'm thinking that you are, but I'm not positive. So I'll just say this. I'll just say what I'm getting, and then you can confirm. We can go from there. So Two of Cups in reverse, Three of Cups, and the Mother of Cups. So I'm wondering if there's been any, like when things ended between you guys, and now this person is coming back. Is there any? Is this person giving you any way that you can talk about what happened in the past, or is this just a new start? Like we're not going to talk about the past or bring anything up. We're just going to have a new start. That's what I'm wondering. So how is this person handling a possible connection again? Okay, yes to. Because if this person's handling this connection and we can't bring up past things that have happened, that's going to limit the relationship right there. But when I see the Three of Cups and then I see the Mother of Cups, and these two are upright, it's making me think that there's definitely some friendship here, so that's good. But where I saw the Two of Cups in reverse, it's making me. We could look at this kind of in the past. Okay, so why are we getting Two of Cups in reverse? Let's do that. I'm just going to shuffle these cards again here. Why are we getting the Two of Cups in reverse? That's good. That's a good sign. Perfect. Perfect. I love that you've been able to talk openly. That's awesome. So let me look at why the Two of Cups is in reverse here. So I get the Knight of Wands card. So the relationship before, when I see the Knight of Wands, I'm wondering if this is something where. So in the relationship before, when you guys were together, what happened to kind of separate you two? If you wouldn't mind me saying that. When I see the Knight of Wands, sometimes it makes me think infidelity and cheating, but it could also just be, well, it could be a few things, but when I'm seeing it this way and then the Two of Cups in reverse, it felt like something pretty major must have happened for you two to kind of separate. So I'm curious what that is, if you wouldn't mind sharing that with me, Ariel. Okay. You were his mistress. Okay. Okay, I can understand that. That makes sense why we had the Knight of Wands and why there was the Two of Cups in reverse. Okay. When I view this, it makes me think of the kind of the player energy, right? And so, but if you guys have been able to talk about things openly and kind of put everything on the table, that's good. So, in this situation, Ariel, are you still, is this you and him entering into a possible relationship, just you and him? Is that kind of how I'm understanding it? So I said, what about a connection between you and him? Okay. And I get the 10 of Cups. So I feel like there's some definite chemistry here. I feel like the Two of Cups in reverse was the past and addressing that kind of situation. Okay. Past, present, future. But then the 10 of Cups right here, to me, Ariel, you seem good to go, girl. This seems like I feel like it'll work out. And I hardly ever say that. I wish I said it more often. 10 of Cups to me is a good card to have in this kind of situation. So I do feel there's a connection here, especially if there's open communication. That's huge. That's a good thing. If there's open communication, that's something we can use and really understand, because open communication means that there's talking. Talking means that you guys can be on the same page and understand each other. So that's really good. So honestly, Ariel, thank you for that question. I know you have two more, but this right here, I feel like this is good. Honestly, this feels like a good kind of situation here. So hopefully that helps answer that question. 10 of Cups is a really good card. Obviously, you can see bride and groom up on the top of a. Well, it's not a bride and groom per se, but it's two people. Oh, okay. So, bride and groom. All right, that makes sense. Yes, he proposed to me, but it's not progressing like I want. Okay, so when we're saying it's not progressing like you want, what would be what do you want? How do you want this progression to go? As a for instance here, because this to me seems like, well, I'll wait until you answer here. He hasn't been able to truly commit because I'm still sort of his muse. Okay, so do you feel like he feels like if he marries you, that that part is gone? Like the muse part is over. It's kind of like, is that sort of how you're feeling? Because it seems like there's a good connection, but the muse part, I can sort of understand that. So let me do this here. So why has the connection between Ariel and the person from her past, why has it not been going the way she wants it to? He's in the home with the mother of his child. Okay. So okay. So he proposed to you, but so is he single then? Or is he still married to this woman and they're, or do you feel like you're his mistress again? Or like what's happening here? You say he's living with the mother and not his wife, so I assume that he is, I guess, just living with them? Okay, so what is slowing down this? What particularly is slowing down this union between Ariel and the person that she is desiring? What is slowing down this connection? Okay, now it makes sense. Now I can understand a little bit more. So he's with a family situation and then he brings you into this again, and it sounds like it's the same situation, right? But he's afraid to break things up. It seems to me like this guy, that makes sense why the Two of Cups was in reverse. Now I can understand that. So I feel like you have a connection to this person, right? I'm not questioning that, but I feel like he's incredibly irresponsible with the way that he keeps roping you into these kinds of situations. You were the mistress before, and now it sounds like you're not necessarily the mistress anymore, but it sounds like the title may have changed, but it seems like a similar situation. It feels like he's leading you on, so I can understand why things aren't progressing the way you would want them to, right? But that's what I'm feeling there. That would be difficult to deal with. It's almost like, Ariel, am I right in saying this? Do you feel like you're a secret? Right. Okay, you feel like you're being strung along sometimes. Absolutely. Do you feel like you're a secret in his life in some way, shape, or form? It would explain why I was getting those at the start. I feel like there can be a connection there, but that's up to him to make that connection. You can't do anything for that. I do feel like there's a connection, but um, it's not up to you to force, you don't want to force someone to commit to you. What the hell's the point in doing that? So you want to have someone who's not, I mean, obviously not doing this. And it sounds like you care about him. It sounds like you love him, but it also sounds like this guy's kind of a, it sounds like he seems pretty reckless with your feelings. And it sounds like he's keeping you a secret. And to me, that doesn't seem fair to you. Um, I feel like he goes around giving titles to things, and then he gives you excuses as to why he can't be with you or marry you or whatever. It's for the child, it's for this, it's for that. Um, you know what? If he really was in that kind of situation, she knows about you. Okay, okay, okay. So she knows things are going on. That's good. At least people understand. At least there's an understanding, so that's good. Um, but it sounds like to me this guy doesn't know how to make up his mind when it comes to. I feel like it's not just with this. There's probably other parts where the emotional part where this person's kind of shut off a little bit. Um, and the not wanting to interfere with the family, not wanting to do that, okay, I understand that, but them proposing to you, them reaching out to you after 7 years, like you said, them reaching out and then them still being like, yeah, I don't know, but they're the ones that are reaching out. Um, that that just doesn't seem right to me. That does seem like he's stringing you along. And I don't want to have people get hurt. I don't want you to feel. I mean, it is your life, and you can do what you want to do, right? You can live how you want to live, but this sounds to me like you're kind of obeying his whim or his will. And when he decides to do something, then you do it. But I feel like if you decided to do something, it wouldn't be the same, right? I feel like it just feels too unbalanced on his part, where he's asking way too much of you, and I don't feel like he's giving enough of himself back in that situation, you know? Yeah, Ariel, that to me is what it feels like too. It feels like the ring placates you. It puts you in a more submissive state, and then he can kind of do whatever he wants. It feels like that was something to, yeah, pacifier. That's not fair that he's playing with you like that. I feel like there was a connection, right? But it makes sense because I got the Two of Cups, I got the Two of Cups in reverse, and then I got the Knight of Cups, right? And then I got the Ten of Cups, but it was underneath the Knight of Cups. And so I feel like you would have a happy life with this person if they wanted you to have a happy life with them, but only if they wanted you. It feels like you're playing on his rules, and you seem like a smart person. You're saying stuff that I would, you get it, you understand. But at the same time, when you're in the situation, it's sort of hard to see clearly, right? Because it's a painful situation. But you seem like a smart person. You seem like you know what's going on here. He feels like I should be somewhat grateful for the time he does give, but I can't help feeling disappointed because because Ariel, you're asking him to be present with you and to share intimate moments with you, and he can't do it. He's being avoidant, and especially he feels like I should be somewhat grateful. No, no. You get to be grateful when you feel grateful. You get to be that way when you feel that way. If he is giving you crumbs when he promised you a meal, do you know what I'm saying? If he's giving you the crumbs of himself and saying that should be enough for you, shut up and eat the crumbs. No, that's not right. Of course you're disappointed and you're upset because this person, like you're saying, is stringing you along. And you're right to feel disappointed. You should feel however you want to feel, right? If you're feeling a certain way, it's not wrong for you to feel that way. It isn't. If someone wants to override your own emotions, that's them trying to gaslight you and make you feel like you're crazy. You're not. You're much stronger than that. So, but I feel like you know this already. I'm just saying. And he had to drag you into it again. He just feels like a very selfish person. He has to keep dragging you into stuff and he has to keep doing this. And then he wants you to be grateful for the time he gives you, but he wanted to marry you. But oh, wait, I can't split the family up. I can't do this. I can't do that. So, yeah, the ring was just to placate, to pacify you. So, in this situation, Ariel, you're completely justified to feel upset and to feel like this person has strung you along, right? You should be able to express yourself. You should be able to be in a relationship where you can talk, they can talk, and there can be some communication there. In this situation here, it seems to me like they want you more as an accessory for themselves rather than a relationship but I don't feel like this person has the capability or the capacity to be in a relationship. Exactly. There you go, right there. I agreed originally, but when he proposed, I felt like things should have changed. Right. Yeah, that makes sense, right? He proposes, things change. There's a progression. Something happens, there's a progression, there's movement. The whole point of a proposal is there's movement, right? I know he's got to sort out his household, but how long must I wait? Um, in this situation, uh, he shouldn't have proposed to you in the way that it is now. That's not what a real man does, or a woman, or anyone. There was things going on in his life that he could have tied up beforehand, or he could have placed them in a different spot. He could have done so many things before he decided to propose, but he didn't. this is the kind of person he is. He's not someone who, to me, what I feel like is going to happen if it hasn't happened already is you'll say, give me a time when this will all be sorted out. He'll give you a time. And then when that comes, you'll say, okay, hopefully it's all done. Let's move on. And he'll say, no, 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 there's still more I have to do. And you'll say, well, you promised me that on this time, at this date, you would be done. And he's like, don't be like that. Don't be that way. If he hasn't already done stuff like that, I feel like he'll start doing stuff like that. And he'll distance himself even further as a form of possibly punishing you for asking questions or questioning him in the first place. If that hasn't happened already. That's just not something someone does. You get your affairs in order and then you propose. You don't do it the other way around. Mm-mm. $2 years. Wow, that's And when did he say this, Ariel? Okay. So 8 months ago he said 2 years, and I feel like in the other 16 months that are to come, once those have passed, he'll ask for even more time. It'll be less. It will be less the next time because he knows he can't get away with it. It'll probably be 6 months next time, and then a couple months. But what I'm trying to say is that this person's going to keep you waiting for an arbitrary date it will arrive, and you'll get your hopes up, and then he'll just crush them down again because he's not done yet, right? And I have a feeling that's going to be kind of the way this person plays through. So, to answer this question, the way I see it is that this person they are stringing you along, and I don't feel like they're taking it seriously. I have a feeling that this person just doesn't understand what a real relationship is. And it's not your job to tell them or show them what it is because this person keeps stringing you along and they keep you in their back pocket. And when things get to a certain point, they just pull you out again and say, well, I can use this person. That's honestly what I'm feeling. And that may sound harsh, but I do try to bring what I'm feeling into the situation. And I'm sorry that's the case. Obviously, no one deserves that. Hey, Farah M. I'm doing good. How are you? Yeah, Farah, donations are open. There's the Cash App and the PayPal right here. that we can do? Exactly. Why would it change if you keep allowing it? Absolutely. Um, so, Ariel, do you want to go on? I know we've spent a little bit of time on this question. So, almost about 30 minutes on this question alone. So, do you want to move on to the second question? Just because I feel like we have our answer here. If you would be okay with moving on to the second question, my vote is that this person honestly doesn't deserve to have you in their life because you're a kind. I feel like you're a kind, patient person, and I feel like you're a generous person with your heart. And I feel like this person is taking advantage of that fact. But that's what I'm feeling there, right? I've expressed this, but I have shitty follow through. That's okay. That's okay. Ariel, if I can speak candidly here, okay? I do want to get to your other questions. And I've spent a long time on this one, which I'm more than happy to do. More than happy to do, my friend. But if I can say this, I feel like the reason why this person is allowed to be the way they are is because somewhere in your life, maybe when you were a child, okay? When you were a child, I feel like you were raised in a household that told you that your voice or your opinion didn't matter. And because of that, we grew up thinking that our voice, our opinion, our well-being didn't matter as much as other people. So we became what are called people pleasers. And it is almost impossible. Thank you, Farah. I'll look at that in just a second. It's almost impossible for us to understand what's going on for us until we understand what we can change, right? But it will feel very, very hard for us to try and let someone down, or we feel like we're letting them down. And sometimes we'll say something, and the other person will flip it around. What we said, even though it was perfectly logical, and it was fine, they'll flip it around and then they'll blame us, and then we will say that we're sorry for having an opinion or expressing our own thoughts. It's not because you have shitty follow through. It's because there's parts of you that need to be worked on. You're good. We just need to work on those kinds of aspects, right? So Ariel, there's nothing wrong with you, but there's parts of you that we can work and we can restore, right? That's something we can do. I'll look, Farah, and see what's going on here. Hold on. Thank you very much for the donation. So right now I'm doing Ariel's reading, and then Manju asked one question, and then you're after that. So you'll have to wait for just a second. But yeah, so but thank you, Farah, for donating. I appreciate that, my friend. Okay, so Ariel, what we can do moving forward, okay, my friend, this is going to be a kind of a journey for you. And I want you to know that you can come to this channel and you can hear me talk about this kind of stuff. When I'm doing readings, I do a lot of this kind of stuff where we're talking about narcissistic traits in other people. We're talking about a lot of things because a lot of people come here with the same kind of issues and problems. We were not taught this in school. We were not taught how to be, and we weren't taught how relationships, healthy relationships, should work in the real world. And because of that, these kinds of issues happen. But the good news is that it's not terminal. We can fix this. but there's a few resources here. So first one, we have these people here. Okay. Okay, thank you, Farah. And you can find these guys on YouTube. Okay. But you can look at those, people. They talk about narcissistic abuse and how to heal from it. Okay, and then I'll address your other question. Okay. Yeah. I tend to go on, and I wanted to hear your story and experience what was going on with you. So that was my bad that I spent so much time on one question, but I was just curious. So let me go up here and let me look at. Okay, so you're wondering what's going on with your work, and you're wondering about the outcome. So let's look at that. What's going on with Ariel's work? And what will be the outcome? What's going on with Ariel's work and what will be the outcome? Yeah, so Lisa Romano, Patrick T. Hahn, and Inner Integration talk about narcissistic abuse and how to recover from it. And when you watch that, you'll have a lot of aha moments, and it's going to help you to understand where things are, why things are. And it's good in general. It's a very healing journey. So I want you to be ready for that. And you might have some days where you're upset, and you might have some days where you're upset. You might have some days where you're angry. You might have some days that are just very hard. And I want you to lean into those emotions, be vulnerable, and express them, because there's pain here that's trapped. And once we unleash that pain, we can start to understand that there's more here that we can learn. It's not just for us to suffer through. It's for us to understand ourselves more and understand ourselves better. And thank you very much for appreciating my thoroughness. I appreciate you appreciating my thoroughness. So it's a win-win, right? All right, let's do this. Okay. So what's going on in the career and what's the outcome? So in the career and the outcome, Ariel, I get 7 of Wands. Okay. And if you look at this card, the person's holding his hand up in kind of a surrender motion, and he's being pushed back. And then I get the 8 of Cups. So I'm feeling like there's going to be a situation here where we're leaving. Maybe at your work you're feeling not appreciated, or you're feeling like it's not the time for you to shine, so to speak. But I'm feeling right here. Hello, Ria Ad Hikari. Hopefully I said that right. But I'm feeling like you're going to be leaving the situation. When I see the 8 of Cups, it's turning our back on the situation and it's heading out for something else. I'm feeling that you're not appreciated at where you're working, or something's going on where we're not feeling those. No. So right up here and then right here. 1 question for 10 or 3 questions for 25. And then there's the places you can donate to. So sorry, Ria, it's not a free reading. But thanks for stopping by. I appreciate that. So I feel like with the job situation, that if you're in a job, you're going to be walking away from it. If we haven't found a job yet, it feels like there's still options, but I get the Tower in reverse. So this to me, Ariel, right here, and I'll just say this and be honest with it, I feel like you're going through a transformation of sorts, okay? I feel like things in your life at this point in time, I feel like things are not clicking and they're not necessarily making sense because a new way of perceiving things is kind of coming into your mind. And you're going into a state called cognitive dissonance. So cognitive dissonance is holding two ideals or two beliefs at the same time, but believing both of them to be true. And it makes us confused and it makes us feel like we don't know what's going on. So I feel like right now you're holding on to two different ways of being. And honestly, if I can say this, it feels like there could be a spiritual transformation sort of happening, sort of unfolding here, because there's a tendency to, I'm feeling like we're resisting the transformation, right? And I feel like there's trauma resulting from this transformation. To me, it feels like you're seeing things more clearly now than you've seen in a while. I was reprimanded on false accounts. So that makes sense why this person is putting his hand up and backing away. That makes a ton of sense. And the Eight of Cups is leaving the situation, and the Tower card in reverse. So it feels like to me, you're in a period of your life that is a lot of transformation. There's a lot of energy here. And possibly right now there's pain, right? There's a lot of things that we have to realize. But I'm feeling like this is to help us see things more clearly eventually. Obviously, what you're going through isn't fun to go through, but I feel like this is to help us see things eventually. I feel like leaving the situation, leaving the job, and finding something else would actually be pretty good. If you can do that, if you can leave the situation. Because the Tower in reverse makes me feel like we sometimes let people step on us. And again, I feel like we're apologizing because they stepped on us instead of standing up and saying, this is who I am, which is why those people, Patrick T. Hahn, Lisa Romano, and Inner Integration, you can look up further in the chat and you can see those. Those people are on YouTube and they offer videos that can help us understand self-worth, self-esteem, narcissistic abuse, and help us with that kind of train of thought. That's what I'm seeing there. So, yeah, hopefully that makes some sense. So to me, the final outcome in this situation is you're leaving the job, or you're getting out of that kind of situation, which is good because you don't want to be there anyway. So I feel like there's a lot of stuff happening that seems bad right now, but I feel like in the future it won't be. I feel like this will be the reason you woke up and you snapped out of living in a trauma state. And now you're going to be someone who's living in a more full state because you've integrated the trauma, the shadow self, and the inner child. That's kind of the whole thing that we're talking about here. So does that help answer that question, Ariel? And Manju, are you there, my friend? Hopefully you come back. If you've been here the whole time, thank you. We got one more question, and then I'm going to go to you, and then it's Farah's turn. All right, so the last question here, Farah. We're wondering why your friends are distancing themselves. So let's do that. Let's look at that one. Okay, awesome, Manju. So I'm gonna do this reading. There's one question left, and then your question I'm gonna answer, and then I have one more question after yours. So I just wanted to make sure you were present, and I'm sorry I take so damn long. You're very patient. You're very kind. Thank you for being patient. And again, I'm sorry. I take a minute, right? That's purely my fault. I get interested. Okay. Awesome. Little bit of a lag. Little bit of a lag. Hate when there's lag, but we can work with it. Okay, so Ariel, right here, I'm seeing this, my friend. We have Nine of Cups, and then we have Page of Wands in reverse. So when I see this, Ariel, it's making me think that the reason your friends are distancing themselves from you, I'm feeling like, oh, Ariel, you're very sweet. Thank you. Thank you. You're very kind, my friend. When I see the Nine of Cups, right? And Page of Wands, right? I feel like this is talking about our friends in quotations, distancing themselves, because to me it feels like you're starting to, and maybe I'm wrong with this, but it feels like you're starting to see through like who they are as people. Maybe you're starting to understand that some of your friends didn't have the best intentions at heart, or maybe you saw things, or maybe your friends were gossiping. What I'm trying to say is this: it doesn't feel to me that these people were necessarily the most friendly people to begin with. It feels like to me that these were people that were in our life. We have to remember this. If we came from a traumatic household, odds are that we're going to attract people in our lives that have also been traumatized or have different things. I feel like you're wanting to work on yourself, you're wanting to understand things better, and some people just want to stay in the muck and the mire. They just want to stay in the mud, right? And I feel like you're someone who wants to transcend that. You want to understand what's going on with you and you want to move forward. And I feel like the friends don't necessarily see that. And sometimes because we've been traumatized, the people that we have in our life, sometimes they're not good people. Because when we're traumatized, we believe in conditional love, right? We believe that in order to be loved, we have to perform. We have to either get good grades or we have to do something for our partner that we don't want to do. We have to do these things in order to get love because we've been told that just being ourselves isn't good enough. Unconditional love is someone that's with you and they're with you even if you're not performing, even if you're not doing anything, they're still with you. That's unconditional love, and that's something that you can learn to understand as time goes on. So it's the real version of love, and I feel like you're trying to find that within yourself. And because of that, your friends are stepping back because I don't feel like they're meant to be part of this journey with you. Honestly, that's what I'm feeling. Does that help make sense, Ariel? I'm just looking at this really quick, my friends. So hopefully that helps explain that kind of situation. Even though it's not a comfortable situation necessarily, that's what I'm feeling. Whoops. Okay. I'll be right back, Ariel and Manju. I'm going to address your question. Right, right. Your journey's been moving forward, and it will continue to move forward. And right now, Ariel, is a time of kind of a divine transformation for you. I want you to lean into this vulnerability and the pain as much as you can. Allow yourself to be angry. Allow yourself to go through this. Single serving friends. I've never heard that before, but that sounds right. That sounds right to me. So allow yourself to go through this transformation and don't try and judge who you are during this process. I want judgment to go out the window. Instead, I want you to focus on who we can become and how much love we can hold. That's going to be something we can use going forward, because I feel like you have a lot of love to give, but let's take it from giving it to other people. Let's give that to ourselves. You're so welcome, Ariel. You're very, very welcome, my friend. Happy I could be of assistance. Hi, Heavenly. Hold on. Give me 1 second here. Sorry, hold on 1 second. I'm trying to get this organized. Okay. So Heavenly, I think I'm gonna do the 2 other questions I have left, and then I think I'm gonna go to bed. I've been live for almost 6 hours now, so I think I'm gonna call it good. But next time I'm on, 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time on Wednesdays and Fridays, you're more than welcome to come on and we can do a love reading, or we can do whatever that way. Sorry, I got to turn you away though this time. Getting a little tired. So, okay, Manju. So I'm going to start addressing your question. In fact, I'll do this too. You're very welcome, Heaven. Thank you so much for stopping by. I've seen you on the channel before, I think. So hopefully I'll see you again, and you take care, my friend, okay? Okay, so okay, Manju, so I think I will. See you later, my friend. Or you can stay and hear the rest of these readings, but if you're looking for someone to address them, hopefully there's other tarot readers that are on right now, my friend. Okay, so let's do this here. So Manju, this Mike person that we're talking about, they are someone who came in, like you said, and they're trying to rush a relationship, right? And that right there, to me, Good night, Ariel. You have a good evening, my friend. That to me, Manju, is going to be. I was thinking if I was saying your name right, if you were wondering what was going on in my head. That to me is going to be a situation where if anyone is trying to rush us into anything, including a relationship, that's a no-go. That's not a good sign. It's someone trying to rush along a process because during the time when the rushing is happening, we don't get some rest as much. It's 2 a.m. for me too. I can sleep in though, so. I mean, that's it. That's the end of the sentence. I can sleep in, but hopefully you can get some rest, my friend. Sleep sometimes is hard to come by. Oh, it's hard to come by sometimes. But yeah, Manju, so if someone's trying to rush us into something, that's usually a no-go because, right, we just started chatting. That's another thing. When you start talking with someone, it should be calm. It should be very chill. It shouldn't be a situation where it's immediately boom, 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 right? It shouldn't be that kind of situation because in that situation, we tend to get carried away. We go head over heels sometimes because it feels good. It feels good to rush into something sometimes. But in a relationship, in my opinion, it's never a good idea to rush in. But we'll look at some cards here. But it's kind of like, and you understand what's going on because you're messaging me. You're saying something doesn't feel quite right. What's going on? And not that I have all the answers. I don't. But I do know that, hold on one second. I literally feel like that's going to be how I handle that. Hold on one second. It's going to be on my tombstone. It'll just say, hold on one second, and that's going to be what's written on my tombstone because I say it so damn much. Okay. So if anyone's trying to rush us, like I said, anyone's trying to rush us, not a good idea. If I'm talking with someone online, okay, let's put it in this context right here. If I'm talking to any ladies online, right, and immediately I start off by saying, you're very beautiful, we should date, we should chat, I want to have your children, or wait. You know, it's a situation where immediately they're kind of love bombing us. And in that phase, they're making us feel really good about ourselves. They're saying we're beautiful or we're this or we're that or whatever they can do, but they're laying it on way too thick, way too fast. And that usually makes it so that we feel confused moving forward. Like they seem so nice. I should rush in. But if they're forcing it, that usually means that they're a very controlling person and they just want to get to a point where they can manipulate you faster. It's generally, I've never heard any good cases where someone was very desperate for a relationship and it turned out well. These people are unstable, generally speaking. So when we're talking about that, we need to be very careful. If you're talking to someone for, I don't know what a good time frame would be, but it sure as hell isn't going to be right away. That to me is a no-go because it immediately comes off as like, why are you so desperate? Like, what's going on? And I'm sure you're beautiful, Manju. I have no doubt. No doubt that you're a beautiful person. But that seems a little desperate on my end. So let's look at the cards though really quick. And you seem to understand what I'm saying, so a lot of us have had it where our own inner GPS, I call it GPS, I think everyone does anyway, but our own inner GPS system sometimes goes offline and sometimes we don't know what to trust anymore. And that makes it kind of difficult to understand what's going on in the world because we are not taught this in school. We are not taught how to find a life partner. We are not taught anything that's immediately of benefit. But good God, do I know how to do algebra? Which I don't. Let's just a joke. Hey, Farah, so I'm doing Manju's question. I'm almost done with this one, and then your question is right up there. But you're starting to understand, Manju. You're starting to understand the red flags. That's awesome. So congratulate yourself for that. Like I said, we're just going to draw one card here to look at this. And then Farah, what was your question? Because you're coming up next. And you're coming up right here in just a second. One of the cards I get here is the 5. Hold on. Come on, get down. Come on, get down. Yoshi, come on. Come on. There we go. I get the 5 of Pentacles that comes up. And this to me is showing that there wouldn't be, to me, it wouldn't be a good union. It feels like it could be, and this person could offer you anything. I'm sure they would say anything they could to try to get you into that kind of web, which was another card I got, which is the spider card. And that's okay, Manju. That's okay. When we're talking about this, when we're talking about these kinds of situations, we need to learn over time in a gentle way how we can trust ourselves again. So you just said, my pulse increased. I felt uncomfortable when he said he wants to be in a relationship, but I wasn't sure if it was your fear or your intuition. So in this case, it was your intuition saying something doesn't feel right. And a part of you, I think a part of you understood that, right? A part of you understood something just doesn't feel quite right. Because when you worded the message to me, you even said it was fast. You even said it was quick and it seemed suspicious. And ultimately, yes, I do feel like there's something not right with this situation. So move along, block the person if you have to. And if that feels like it's too much, well, you know what? I'm just going to say this. Block the person, and hopefully you haven't given them social media accounts or done anything like that. But if you have, again, block, do what you need to do. Because to me, it's going to be nothing but bad news with that. Things should progress over time. Maybe a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Things should progress slowly over time, and you should get to know each other and gain each other's trust. It shouldn't immediately be, we need to be in a relationship. And you understand that, Manju. So hopefully that helps answer that question. And Farah, so what's your question, my friend? Hey, Trushul, how are you doing? Awesome, Manju. You're doing good. You're doing good, Manju. Just keep listening to yourself. You're doing good. So Farah, you're saying, what is Hamid's thoughts about our connection? You're very welcome, Manju, and thank you for trusting me with that process. I appreciate that, and I'm very glad that I can be here and help you with that in any way that I can. So thank you for coming on here and sharing that with me so that we could work through it together, right? Okay, so What is Hamid's thoughts about our connection? So let's look at that, Farah, and let's see what we got here. What are Hamid's thoughts about your connection? Just so we know right now, after Farah, I am not taking any more questions. I've been live for over 6 hours, so Farah will be my last reading, and that's who I am reading now. So, like it says up here, if I need to do it this way. Like it says up there, no more questions. This is the last question, is Farah's question. Okay. What are Hamid's thoughts about your connection with him? What are Hamid's thoughts about your connection with him? And thank you, Farah, for being patient. You're very welcome, Farah. Very, very welcome. Happy that I can do this. Happy that I can support myself in such a way, you know? So I appreciate you guys, and I should be thanking you. I just can't do this, you know? It's kind of it can be exhausting work. Let me put it that way. But I wouldn't even be able to do this without you guys, so let's see what we got here. So, what is Hamid's thoughts about our connection? That's very sweet. It's a very sweet emoji. I don't know what it is, but it's very cute, and I like it because it's cute. So we have the anxiety card here, but then we have walking away in reverse, and then we have happy family. So I'm going to ask you this. Did you and Hamid, was there a fight? Did you guys have a fight, Farah? Because if there's anxiety about the connection, I'm curious if there was a fight or if something happened in this connection. Not a fight, just disagreement. Okay, okay. So when I see the anxiety, and then I see walking away in reverse and happy family. So is there anything, would you say Hamid is emotionally expressive, Farah? When I say that, I mean, does he say what's on his mind, or does he tend to hold things in? You took a step back, okay, walking away in reverse, which is, to me, taking a step back. You're not leaving, but you're not exactly staying either. You're taking a step back. So, understood, understood. Okay, he likes you and wants you. That's what he expressed. Okay. And Okay, that's what I was going to say because his terms don't meet your expectations. Underneath walking away in reverse, I get the magician card. And underneath the anxiety, I get the judgment card. It's kind of hard to make out the image. So what I'm seeing here is, okay, so when you say his terms don't meet your expectations, how do you mean, Farah? If you wouldn't mind enlightening me on what's going on here. You don't have to be super specific. I'm just curious, when we're talking about expectations, what are your expectations? He said he wants to be in a relationship. You're looking for long-term hey, what do we decide to call you? AK, I think. Hey, my friend. I'm gonna be, unless it's a super quick spiritual question. I'm not doing donations. I'm doing Farah's question right now, but I know you're on the spiritual path too. And hello, how are you doing, my friend? Let me address her question. If it is a spiritual question, I'll answer it. If it's a personal question that you want to pay money for, I'm not taking those anymore. So let me do this, and then if you can stick around for a second. Okay, so stick around for a second. Hold on. I understand it takes time, but I would only invest if I feel secure that the person and I are on the same page. Okay, so Farah, what I'm feeling with this person, it is a spiritual. Perfect. Okay, so let me address Farah's question, and then we'll do your question. Okay, AK? I know you're a truth seeker like myself, and so I do enjoy helping where I can. So hopefully I can help when you ask your question. I understand it takes time. Okay, so Farah, I'm going to be honest with you right here, and I'm just going to say this. You came on here, and you're asking me, a stranger to the situation. I'm a tarot reader, right? And I don't mind these questions at all. Don't mind them at all. I'm just going to state a fact, right? You came on here and you asked me about your connection with him. That to me makes me feel like that you don't trust your connection with him. Or it makes me feel like you can't ask him what your connection is. He says he likes you and he expresses it, but you feel like a part of him is holding back. And if that is the case, I would not stay in that situation. Because if he is holding part of himself back, he needs to deal with that. And you, in the meantime, need to live your life. You cannot wait for some wishy-washy person to change their mind or to do this or that. You need to live your life. And if he figures stuff out and you're single and you want to be in a relationship with him, by all means do it. But in the meantime, I feel like you need to be someone who embraces what's in front of you, which is a person who is unsure, and you're feeling that they are unsure. I want you to trust that. You seem like a strong woman. You seem like you're very strong. I want you to trust it. I want you to trust that experience. Okay? I don't want you to feel like you need to second guess yourself here. You seem like you already know what to do, but maybe there's some fear in doing it. I feel like we take a step back, we leave things behind, and you live your life and he lives his. And if you guys cross paths again, great. If you don't, then it was never meant to be in the first place. That's how I feel about this. Farah, does that help answer your question? Okay, perfect, Farah. Awesome. I'm glad I could be of assistance, and thank you for contributing to the channel. If you guys haven't already, would you mind subscribing? I would appreciate it. I would be, you're very welcome, Farah. Thank you for talking with me and sharing your story with me. I appreciate that, my friend. Okay, AK, do you want to ask your question? Okay, AK, all right. I'll stop doing that. You're very welcome, Farah. Very, very welcome. Okay. So, AK, the way you know if the universe is guiding you to be a light worker, and I know this is going to sound kind of contradictory, it's going to be the fact that you want to do it. It's as simple as that. When I was interested in mediumship, I'm able to do mediumship. I'm interested in psychic ability, I'm able to do that. I'm interested in energy healing, I can do energy healing. If you have the interest for a spiritual ability or gift, generally it means that you have an expression for it. You have a knack for it in some capacity. So you just have to find where your expressions lie, which would be a personal question that we could address at another time, right? Because I'm done for tonight. But to answer the question, yes, you are a spiritual worker. You are a light worker. If you're asking the question, am I? Yes, 100%. But we have to build up that faith and we have to believe in ourselves. I have resources we can do to understand where our gifts lie, but that's going to be something, again, we can talk about a little bit later. So hopefully that helps answer the question. You probably wanted me to go into a little more depth, but there's no more, to me, there's no more depth there. If you're interested in it, it means that you're meant to do it. If you have a passion for it or you think it's interesting, it means you're meant to do it. Why else would you be drawn to something, right? It's not because you're shitty at it. I don't see the point in that. I don't think the universe does either. If you have a passion about something, it means that you're meant to express that passion through some way, shape, or form. I call it a soul expression because it's how the soul chooses to express itself through spiritual ability. Each one is different like a fingerprint, yet there are similarities that coincide. Again, in my opinion, all of this is theory at this point. These are my opinions, okay? Don't take them as fact, but then there you go. If that's something you want to do, then you are. You're welcome. I know you probably want a little bit more concrete stuff. Here's what we'll do next time. Depending on how the night's going, when you come on, we'll talk a little bit more about this. I won't charge you for the question because you're wanting to be a spirit worker too. You're wanting to do the light worker stuff. So come on, have a question that you want to have answered. I'll try and do my best, right? I don't have all the answers. I'm learning to, but I'll do my best to help guide that kind of situation when we happen to cross paths again. Okay, perfect. I'm glad it answers your question, my friend. Okay, so with that, my lovely, lovely friends, I do believe that I am going to end the stream, pass out in this chair, and no, I'm just kidding. I'll never end the stream. I'll go for another 17 hours. You guys are awesome, okay? Thank you for letting me do what I do for a living. I really appreciate you guys. I want you guys to have a great night and know that whatever it is we're meant to do and whatever it is we're meant to be, we are doing it and we are being it, okay? You're very welcome, my friend. AK. Everybody, I will see you on Wednesday, 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time to 1 a.m. I went a little overboard on this one, but I will see you guys next time. Everybody take care. Peace out, my friends.